Good evening, everybody. Huh. I'm just starting to realize that this is now my third year in a row where I cover visual novels in some capacity. Well, for those of you who are asking, I guess now you have an ETA. Anyway, with my wife's move to Canada and visual novels in some capacity. Well, for those of you who are asking, I guess now you have an ETA. Anyway, with my wife's move to Canada in less than a month, I've been slipping further and further into a pit of depression. I'm just My wife's moved to Canada in less than a month. I've been slipping further and further into a pit of depression and hypersomnia as the withdrawal from being without her has started to make itself immediately present. As such, the thought of returning to doing animation critique has filled me with an eerie sense of dread that I'm determined to ward off by any means necessary, no matter how much my viewership plummets as a result. So I've been taking increasing excursions into itch.io while I slowly wear down. As such, the thought of As such, the thought As such, the thought of returning to a bunch of these things. the thought of returning to doing animation.
Let's get some music. I have my headset on. Literally nothing coming. You're going to be the first person I've heard pronounce the website itch.io. Oh, yeah, I guess everyone says itch.io, don't they? Like Agario. There we go.
Turning to doing animation critique is to doing animation. To doing animation critique. As such, the thought of returning to doing animation such the thought of returning to do such the thought of returning to doing anime
Just use up the same fucking footage all the goddamn time.
Of returning to doing animation. To doing animation critique is filled. Critique is filled me with an eerie sense of dread.
Four more.
Filled me with an eerie filled me with an eerie sense. Filled me with an eerie sense of dread.
Come on. Great. Waiting for one of those days. Yeah, if you ever notice that the editing on my videos has gotten a lot less intricate, this is actually why. I've tried to do a number of different, like, really intricate editing bits. Wi-Fi. No, not slow Wi-Fi. Vegas is crashing. I've tried to do a number of different intricate editing bits and videos only to scrap them because Vegas literally won't stop crashing. What the fuck? How did that happen? Oh, I dragged it into OBS, that's why. What are your computer specs? Hi, don't backseat game. I'm sorry, don't backseat. Now that was a jump scare. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even know I could just drag something onto OBS and it'll play. That's so fucking weird. One of those force updates. Nope, Vegas just crashes. It just crashes. You can Google it. Sony Vegas constantly crashes. Everyone has this problem. Don't try to troubleshoot it for me.
As such, the thought of returning to doing animation critique has filled me with an eerie sense of dread that The thought of returning to doing animation critique has filled me with an eerie sense of dread that I'm determined to ward off by any means necessary, no matter how much my viewership plummets as a result. So
Yeah, that was a jump scare. Yeah. Has viewership actually plummeted with your recent videos? It's down from what it was like 2 years ago.
sense of dread that I'm determined to ward off by any
Oh, and I find the quality of your videos has improved over that time. Yeah, here's the kicker. Viewership on YouTube is not directly related to quality. Never has been. There we go. That's all of them. All in one convenient frame.
Dread that I'm determined to ward off by any means necessary. Sense of dread that I'm determined to ward off by any means necessary, no matter how much my viewership plummets as a result. So I've been taking increasing excursions into itch.io while I slowly wear down.
Could be a thumbnail. It looked terrible as one. What a collection of thumbnails. Yeah, recently I decided I had to go in and actually, like, organize my fucking thumbnail folder. Because it was like, because so far, it was just this. And so I click in one and I just have this disorganized fucking mess. So I'm still working on organizing them. But suffice to say, they're going to be organized by year rather than series now. I don't have enough simultaneous series going to warrant doing that. There is if you're wondering why they're doubled up, it's because usually at some point, yeah, eventually. If you're wondering why there's like why some of them are doubled up is because uploading a PNG to YouTube, it won't take it because it's always way too fucking big. PNG here, 2.1 megabytes. YouTube will not take a thumbnail larger than 2 megabytes. So it always has to be converted to a JPEG. The reason there's two, you could probably see there's two different thumbnails for a single video. I'll actually upload both, and YouTube will alternate between them for like 2 weeks, and then go with the one that drives more traffic. Two megabytes, really? Oh. Yeah, it kind of depends on exactly how big it is. This one's only 700 kilobytes, so I could upload the PNG of that. Wow. Oh yeah, there's a lot of things like YouTube works on the way YouTube works on a creator side that a lot of people are unaware of. I'll often get people going, it's like, wow, you're still answering, responding to comments on a 6-year-old video, and it's like, dude, I can already tell you don't know how YouTube comments work. For those wondering, if I bring you over to YouTube Studio here, you'll actually see, if I hit the comments tab, it shows me the most recent everywhere, regardless of like when the video was actually posted. So like 38 minutes ago, I got this on the sibling video. 3 hours ago, I got this on the harassment video. 10 hours ago, I got this on the most recent video. So if you've ever praised a YouTuber for like if you've ever praised or degraded a YouTuber for still responding to comments on old videos, bear in mind, this is how our comments UI works. All right, so if I come down here to this video here, if I go to the thumbnail and I hit test and compare, it'll ask me to upload up to 3 images. And how it works is you upload all of the different thumbnails you want to use. You wait for up to 2 weeks to get the results, and viewers will see the winning thumbnail. So how it ends up working is, if you've ever noticed videos that tend to, like, you'll see the thumbnail change rapidly over the course of the day, this is why. We can actually upload multiple thumbnails now and let YouTube test which one drives more traffic. And this is kind of a concession from YouTube that the thumbnail really is everything these days. Your content really helped me and my fiance get through some difficult shit. Not gonna... Where we've been happily engaged. For the record, if you're already through the difficult shit, it's not trauma dumping. Moved halfway across the U.S. to live together. Not sure when the wedding is yet, but we both definitely enjoyed just vibing with your... Things get tough again, so... Aww. Gave your content a fair shot recently and found myself really enjoying your review. Aw, thanks.
that I'm determined to ward off by any means necessary, no matter how much my viewership plummets as a result.
Fuck.
So I've been taking increasing excursions into itch.io while I slowly wear down the time until my wife's landing in Canada, and I circle back around to playing the rest of Nom Nom Nami's games. And just like the first time, Nami's games are like a weighted excursions into itch.io while I slowly wear down the time until my wife's landing in Canada, and I circle back around to playing the rest of Nom Nom Nami's games. And just like the first time, Nami's games are like a weighted blanket. And just like the first time, Nami's games are like a weighted blanket. Cozy, warm, and delightfully heavy. Several months ago, I did a video on Bad End Theater, which ended up morphing into a video on several of her games. And one thing I Several months ago, I did a video on Bad End Theater, which ended up morphing into a video on several of her games. And one thing I regret was the ramshackle nature I did it in. So we're going to do it again, but properly this time, as I cover every one of her games in the order of release. Well, almost every one of them. Nami has 2 games that have been regret was the ramshackle nature I did it in. So we're going to do it again, but properly this time, as I cover every one of her games in the order of release. Well, almost every one of them. Not 2 games that have been delisted. Nami has 2 games that have been delisted in recent years, and her FAQ is Nami has 2 games that have been delisted in recent years, and her FAQ has politely asked people not to play them, and I don't 'em. Nami has 2 games that have been delisted in recent years, and her FAQ has politely asked people not to play them, and I don't think you can claim to admire.
Fair enough, lol. 2 years of homelessness and an attempt on curious then. That's over a year in the past. Hey, like first 3 days we spent in a yeah. The honeymoon period hasn't ended a year and a half later. Oh man, me and my wife are still in the honeymoon period 6 years in. Of it never. So I hope the same for your relationship, because even aw, you're sweet.
Their wishes like that. She also has many games she's made with a group called Moonlight Jammers, and they're fine games, but they're not of the same style or themes as her solo developed games. Now, I'll just be covering these games listed on her site's game games page in this exact order, with the exception of dress treat and date treat. I think you'll understand if I don't want to do that. So let's get started right away with a familiar face, Syrup and the Ultimate Sweet. Syrup in the Ultimate Sweet. Syrup in the Ultimate Sweet is
Syrup's first act as a billionaire is to push legislation banning magic. Praise alchemy.
Heart hands emoji.
Aw, thanks.
Syrup in the Ultimate Sweet is the first game.
Please play Undertale. I have played Undertale. I played Undertale years ago when it came out. When did that come out about? Like a decade ago? 2014, 11 years ago. Did you like it? Yeah, it was okay. $10 years this year. Nope, 10 years last September.
Syrup in the Ultimate Sweet is the first game in her... What's the game version of filmography? Ludography, got it. It was... Ludography.
Undertale was released. Check again. Undertale release date. Oh, sorry. Reading initial time frame of summer 20. Okay, yeah, September 20. Yeah, it is 10 years old. But yes, I have played Undertale.
Ludography, got it. It was made for a game jam, and it's about a reclusive alchemist.
Also, look at the contrast between having unlocked none of their endings versus all of them. Your commentary in your vid about the Legend of Korra game had me added to my wish list. Can you still buy that game? No, it's been pulled from Steam. Yeah, the game was removed from sale on all digital storefronts 3 years after its release on December 1st, 2017. Yeah, you have to pirate it if you want to get it. I can buy other things from the, and then pirate it after. Pirate it now.
Syrup in the Ultimate Sweet is... Syrup in the Ultimate Sweet is the first game in her... What's the game version of filmography? Ludography, got it. It was made for a game jam, and it's about a reclusive alchemist named... Got it. It was made for a game jam, and it's about a reclusive alchemist named Syrup. Syrup is like if Willy Wonka went on estrogen and got really into grunge. She's an antisocial STEM lord who resents witches for not appreciating... to grunge. She's an antisocial STEM lord who resents witches for not appreciating science. Syrup shop, atelier sweet. Social STEM lord who resents witches for not appreciating science. Syrup shop, atelier. Syrup shop, atelier sweets, is actually the main attraction for the town they live in, while witches can make candy themselves.
Christ, how much do I idle in this? Oh, these early recordings have so much fucking idle.
Syrup shop, atelier sweets, is actually the main attraction for the town they live in, while witches can make candy themselves. Syrup shop, atelier sweets, is actually the main attraction for the town they live in. While witches can make candy themselves, syrups taste the best because witch magic leaves residue all over the candy. Syrup works the shop with her best friend Pastille, who actually runs the place and
Okay.
Syrup works the shop with her best friend Pastille, who actually runs the place and minds the counter, Syrup being too antisocial to actually handle customers herself. But as the years have gone by, Pastille has grown worried about Syrup's inability to make friends, especially given that Syrup the years have gone by, Pastille has grown worried about Syrup's inability to make friends, especially given that Syrup is so scornful of witches that Pastille has had to hide the fact that he's a witch because Syrup is that important to him. So Pastille secretly crafts a sentient golem made in to him. So Pastille secretly crafts a sentient golem made entirely of candy found in Syrup's lab. Syrup walks in one morning to find the candy girl there and is immediately alarmed because how the fuck did she get in here? Syrup walks in one morning to find the candy girl there and is Syrup walks in one morning to find the candy girl there and is immediately alarmed because how the fuck did she get in here? Because how the fuck immediately alarmed because how
I love the do not eat the cute candy girl option. The caps lock is perfect. If you actually get the candable end, the achievement actually just says, you ate her. I can't believe you actually ate her. Your locks are not very pick-proof, Syrup.
Alarm because how the fuck did she get in here?
Probably crashed. I'm rested properly for my party tomorrow. And for PD for always being so both your content and more so with your aggressive inclusivity. Thanks to everything, everyone. You have a wonderful night. I hope you have a good day tomorrow.
The Candy Girl then does the sensible, level-headed thing of immediately demanding Syrup eat her. The Candy Girl then does the sensible, level-headed thing of immediately demanding Syrup eat her. Please, demanding Syrup. Immediately. Immediately demanding Syrup eat her.
Please put me in your mouth. I'm full.
I promise I taste good. Here, just start with a finger. I love Gumdrop's absolute gremlin energy at the start.
I'm full of corn syrup.
What a wonderful start to this relationship.
Full of corn syrup.
Eating an entire girl made of candy sounds very sticky. Sorry. Oh, they're gonna get sticky, all right. Dental insurance in this town must be insane. Yeah, you can get a rank in, you can get the shop a rank in the second game called Despised by Dentists, but let's be fucking honest here. Dentists would love living in a town with this shop.
I'm full of corn syrup.
What a one.
Color corrector? Okay. 8. Eh. And slight orange. Oh, that's weird.
I'm full of corn syrup.
What a wonderful. Brightness. 2. Oh.
Your mouth. I'm full of corn syrup.
What a wonderful start to this. Headed thing of immediately demanding syrup eat. Headed thing of immediately demanding. Headed thing of immediately demanding syrup eat her. Of immediately demanding syrup eat her.
Please,
Thing of immediately demanding syrup eat her.
please put me in your mouth. I'm full of corn syrup.
What a wonderful start to this relationship. The candy girl, later named Gumdrop, has a singular mission: to get along with syrup. A mission she pursues with admirable gusto. Wonderful start to this relationship. The candy
Syrup.
What a wonderful start to this relationship. What a wonderful start to this relationship. The candy girl, later named Gumdrop, has a singular mission: to get along with syrup. A mission she pursues with admirable gusto. Pastille crafted Gumdrop specifically to make friends with syrup, Pastille crafted Gumdrop specifically to make friends with Syrup and made her a cute girl because, as we later learn, that's Syrup's type, so she'd have an edge at melting Syrup's frosty heart. A side note, due to a combination of factors, I can't tell if Syrup's aloe or just a workaholic. Namity doesn't really hesitate on direct language in this regard, so I guess we'll find out at some point. The game A side note, due to a combination of factors, I can't tell if Syrup's aloe or just a workaholic. Namity doesn't really hesitate on direct language in this regard, so I guess we'll find out at some point. The game then follows the story about Syrup trying to craft what's called the The game then follows the story about Syrup trying to craft what's called the ultimate sweet, a dessert so perfect that it will make you cry just by tasting it. Syrup has made plans to about Syrup trying to craft what's called the ultimate sweet, a dessert so perfect that it will make you cry just by tasting it. Syrup has made plans to make it for Pastille at some point, but because one of the Syrup has made plans to make it for Pastille at some point, but because one of the ingredients, frosted creamilla, requires a witch to locate, she eventually dropped the idea because she's too proud and stubborn to work with a witch. The game is fundamentally about Syrup defrosting her icy heart and allowing people into her life. A lot of her bitterness and prickly nature comes from a place of self-protection. Even her distaste for witches comes down largely to the fact that she thinks science is better. Though being
editing for flood lines and what not makes certain other videos I've seen so much fun imagining trying to edit it. I guess it depends on what specifically you're referring to, because I could probably open the project file and show you.
Allowing people into her life. A lot of her bitterness and prickly nature comes from a place of self-protection. Even her distaste for witches comes down largely to the fact taste for witches comes down largely to the fact that she thinks science is better. Though being the only human in a town full of witches and viewed as a novelty probably doesn't help things. And one witch in particular, Butterscotch, has been actively
Stream is glitching out. What are you talking about? Stream is glitching out. What are you talking about?
And one witch in particular, Butterscotch, has been actively Butterscotch has been actively antagonizing her, trying to steal her secrets. The game has 10 endings, 5 of which are good endings, where Syrup primarily bonds with a different member of the cast. Though if she bonds
And I'm just missing. Ah, there you are. Public Discord or community space, or is there only one for patrons? Patrons. Only one for patrons. I do not want to deal with the headache of managing a public Discord. That actually sounds like it would be quite a nightmare.
her, trying to steal her secrets. The game has 10 endings, 5 of which are good endings, where Syrup primarily bonds with a different... The game has 10 endings, 5 of which... her secrets. The game has 10 endings, 5 of which are good endings, where Syrup primarily bonds with a different member of the cast. Though if she bonds with nobody and then sells the ultimate sweet to the Chocolate Brothers, she gets vastly rich. Though if she bonds with nobody and then sells the ultimate sweet to the Chocolate Brothers, she gets vastly rich. In Gumdrop's ending, Syrup spends the majority of her time with Gumdrop and eventually learns that Gumdrop was made specifically for her by Pastille. They have a heart-to-heart about whether or not Gumdrop's In Gumdrop's ending, Syrup spends the majority of her time with Gumdrop and eventually learns that Gumdrop was made specifically for Gumdrop and eventually learns that Gumdrop was made specifically for her by Pastille. They have a heart-to-heart about Pastille. They have a heart-to-heart about whether or not Gumdrop's affection for Syrup is real, but Gumdrop finds that Syrup is a genuinely kind soul. This ending comes about from treating Gumdrop with kindness despite finding her presence alarming. Pretty much any harm or cruelty coming to Gumdrop locks it off instantly. It ends with the two of them traveling to see the world to strengthen their bond. They literally dress up and travel. Gumdrop's ending is my favorite because Gumdrop's ending is my favorite because Syrup and Gumdrop are my favorite characters, but it's also just extremely sweet and favorite because Syrup and Gumdrop are my favorite characters, but it's also just extremely sweet and vulnerable. It shows a side of that the sequel really expands on. Namely, she isn't mean, just cold. In It shows a side of that the sequel really expands on. Namely, she isn't mean, just cold. In Gumdrop's route, despite the inconvenience she presents, Syrup never treats her with disdain or apathy, and Gumdrop actually fulfills her mission, which means any interaction with Syrup after this point is genuine. I'll get more into Syrup's characterization when we discuss the sequel, because otherwise there wouldn't be anything to discuss, but this ending, despite not being canon, is my favorite. Look at Gumdrop's travel dress. The Pastille ending comes about from not being as enthusiastic about Gumdrop and even letting Butterscotch eat part of her, sometimes. After not being as enthusiastic about Gumdrop and even and even letting Butterscotch eat part of her, sometimes. After learning that Pastille created Gumdrop and is a power After learning that Pastille created Gumdrop and is a powerful witch, they have a heart-to-heart and Pastille confesses he didn't want to They have a heart-to-heart and Pastille confesses he didn't want to lose Syrup's friendship. And Syrup says that he's practically family, and she doesn't dislike witches so much she would actually end a friendship with Pastille over it. The two then work together to get rare ingredients to make more interesting. The two then work together to get rare ingredients to make more interesting candy. This is the canon ending, and this is actually what you spend most of the sequel doing. Syrup's cold and frosty attitude is a lot more prevalent here, but she says something to the effect of, "Why do I need more friends, Pastille? I've already got you." As someone is a lot more prevalent here, but she says something to the effect of, "Why why do I need more friends, Pastille? I've already got you." As someone who keeps a small social circle, I vibe with this. Syrup may be pricklier than a porcupine hiding at the bottom of a pile of used syringes. Syrup may be pricklier than vibe with this. Syrup may be Syrup may be pricklier than a porcupine hiding at the bottom of a pile of used syringes, but she's always been important to Pastille, and making Gumdrop to try and get her out of her shell was an enormous labor of love. Dude broke the boundaries of what people understood. Dude broke the boundaries of what people understood magic to be capable of just because he loves his bro. Syrup does the same thing, finally stomaching her distaste for witches to make the ultimate sweet for her friend. Syrup's ending does the same thing, finally stomaching her distaste for witches to make the ultimate sweet for her friend. Syrup's ending comes about from bonding with nobody and doing the bare minimum with everyone, and then not watching the crystal ball at the end. Here, Syrup sells the ultimate sweet to the Chocolate Brothers, goes into business from bonding with nobody and doing the bare minimum with everyone, and then not watching the crystal ball. watching the crystal ball at the end. Here, Syrup sells the ultimate sweet to the Chocolate Brothers, goes into business, and becomes vastly rich. It even suggests that Syrup's lack of personal attachments was a benefit to becoming unfathomably wealthy, which is odd given the theme of the game. You'd expect this to be a bad ending. Except Syrup is still cordial with people, she just doesn't deepen her bond with any of the characters. The actual bad endings involve Syrup doing things that are just straight up irrational, things that put herself in danger or even just make no damn sense, all for the sake of pushing people away. In her ending, she doesn't push anyone away or pull them closer. The bad endings mostly involve Pastille becoming disgusted with her apathy and leaving disgusted with her apathy and leaving. Leaving Gumdrop with butterscotch to be eaten will do it, as Pastille leaves, refuses to come back, and then Syrup goes out of business. In another case, she hires Toffee to help, and then they and
Okay. Okay. I reckon I'm just fussing with the compressor.
Leaving Gumdrop with butterscotch to be eaten will do it, as to come back, and then Syrup goes out of business. In another case, she hires Toffee to help, and then they and Butterscotch take the business over, and she skips town. In this one, she actively calls Pastille's actions a betrayal, which speaks volumes about Syrup's cold attitude in the first place. She keeps people away so they won't hurt her, and when she pushes them away, she rationalizes it with, well, they were gonna hurt me anyway. Probably the most brutal end is the Candible end, which involves Syrup, you guessed it, eating Gumdrop. Pastille is disgusted and leaves, and Syrup neglects the shop while eating the golem. In a rather sad twist of fate, while she's being eaten, she asks Syrup if they're friends, to which Syrup says, who cares, you're not gonna exist soon anyway. And Gumdrop is crushed at that. It is fucking grim. Even the ending menu says, you ate her. I can't.
You know what? I don't need that. Literally do that right now.
Even the ending menu says, ending menu says, you ate. Ending menu says, you ate her. I can't believe you actually ate her. It takes a special level of cruel to do something like this to Gumdrop of all people, a character who is eternally friendly and kind and loves you just because she thinks you're cool. There is a worst end where Syrup's needless cruelty straight up kills her, but I think Candable might actually be the worst. All of the bad endings speak to something very important. Cruelty takes effort. You have to go out of your way. It takes a special level of cruel to do something like this to Gumdrop of all people, a character who is eternally friendly and kind and loves you just because she thinks you're cool. There is a worst end where Syrup's needless cruelty straight up. Cool. There is a worst end where Syrup's needless cruelty straight up kills her, but I think Candable might actually be the worst. All of the bad endings speak to something very important. Cruelty takes effort.
The peppermint swirl all but chewed in half. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh, it's horrible. All of the bad endings speak to something very important. Cruelty takes effort. You have to go out of your way to be callous with people, often to no benefit. The level of needless and irrational cruelty that happens in these endings is fitting for how badly they end up turning out. Plays with the intentionality of the cruelty of the ending. It's so much each to suck on suck on that candy than it is to bite into it. So much easier to suck on candy than it is to bite into it. How much worse for your teeth that is. Visual storytelling. Oh, yeah.
The level of needless and irrational cruelty that happens in these endings is fitting for how badly they end up turning out for Syrup, because at the end of the day, you only really hurt yourself. Syrup either dies or goes out of business while everyone else just moves on. At the end of the day, it's a lot more beneficial and a lot easier to be kind, or at the very least, to not be cruel. Cruelty and abuse are At the end of the day, it's a lot more beneficial and a lot easier to be kind, or at the very least, to not be cruel. Cruelty and abuse are choices people make, willingly, and with full knowledge of their actions. The motivation behind them may be different, but the direct and intentional malice is always present. Kindness is the path of least resistance.
Sugar,
Least resistance.
sugar. Oh, honey, honey. You are my candy girl, and you got me wanting you.
Right, I gotta find new music for Lonely Wolf Treat. I can't keep getting distracted from that. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Oh, I already did.
Lonely Wolf Treat is a bit of an oddball here. It's not so much a game on its own, it's a series of episodic adventures that have been steadily releasing for the last 10 years, all packaged into one big series. At time of writing, it is still incomplete, the 8th episode having only Lonely Wolf Treat is a bit of an oddball here. It's not so much Lonely Wolf Treat is a bit of an oddball here. It's not so much Lonely Wolf Treat is a bit of an oddball here. It's not so much a game on its own, it's a series of episodic adventures that have been steadily releasing for the last 10 years, all packaged into one big series. At time of writing, it is still incomplete, the 8th episode having only 2 of its 3 parts out, and I'm not certain if of writing, it is still incomplete, the 8th episode having only 2 of its 3 parts out, and I'm not certain if it's supposed to have an end in sight. It seems like one of the Not certain if it's supposed to have an end in sight. It seems like one of those things that Nami just keeps working on in between other projects. Anyway, the story centers around Treat, a soft-spoken and shy wolf who is the titular lonely wolf. She runs away from her pack and moves into the cabin next to a racist rabbit village who abhor canines of any kind, fearing that they'll be dangerous. And over the course of the story, she befriends and starts an interracial polycule with Moxie, the tricky fox,
One second, buddy. Wolf Treat. That's all I needed. Do 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 do.
Course of the story, she befriends and starts an interracial polycule with Moxie, the tricky fox, the tricky fox, Moxie, the tricky fox, and Mochi, the are you fucking kidding me? The story, she befriends and starts an interracial polycule with Moxie, the tricky fox, and Mochi, the are you fucking kidding me? Lonely Wolf Treat has two separate tracks running through it, the first being Nami's usual fare of people being kind to one another and finding belonging among those they love. In this case, it directly talks about polyamory, and in particular, the cultural expectations toward relationships. Lonely Wolf Treat has two separate tracks running through it, the first being Nami's usual fare of people being kind to one two separate tracks running through it, the first being Nami's usual fare of people being kind to one another and finding belonging among those they love. In this case, it directly talks about polyamory, and talks about polyamory, and in particular, the cultural expectations toward relationships. Treat comes from a wolf pack that is fixated on monogamy and
There you are. Why won't you stop crashing? What? That can't be right. And it most certainly is not. Oh. Low. I really wish there were standard locations for everything rather than developers just throwing shit wherever they like. What is OBS's? I watched your video on on DA Origins. I'm so glad you made it because you have a lot of the same opinions on it I do. Yeah, it's just a lot of edge and no point.
Village who abhor canines of any kind, fearing that they'll be dangerous. And over the course of the story, she befriends and starts an interracial polycule with Moxie.
Ugh. Alright, I have to figure out what's causing this many crashes. I should not be crashing just from clicking around a video event. Okay, let's see. I don't know if you checked it out or you're looking for a new game to play. May I suggest my favorite Hypnospace Outlaw? There being the phrase hypno in a game is never a good sign. Oh, this looks like it would give me a headache. Yeah, sorry, it looks like I'm looking at Meditate again. Are you fucking kidding me? I found the problem. These are encoded in H.265, and Sony Vegas can only read H.264 without issue. I fucking hate it when the codec is the problem. I fucking hate codecs. I hate how there are so fucking many of the bastards. An MP4 should just be an MP4. There shouldn't be 800 different fucking versions of an MP4. Pick a standard codec and fucking stick with it. I've been seeing a lot of things download into MKV format. I have absolutely no fucking idea why they do that. Just make it an MP4. It's like when they added the fucking WebP and the WebPs and AVIF files. Google was just like, oh, we need to make our own special codec. Why? PNG is already fine. You know, we have standardized image formats, like there aren't a whole lot of image formats. There's bitmap, GIF, JPEG, and PNG, and those are the important ones. There's a bunch of other little ones that no, but mercifully nobody uses them. Hell, we've got USB as a concept, and it only comes in two forms, A and C. But video codecs, it's just like, fucking everywhere. Binds you to a specific service. I don't really see any reason for them to do that. Downloading codecs is free. Everyone's just got to have their own special little version of everything. I guess this one is like slightly higher quality, but who gives a shit? And my only option is to convert everything. All right. New version of the internet that can only be accessed when asleep for the night. I have hated the concept of codecs for years. They are always, like, they're all bad. The fact that they're not standardized is so fucking stupid. You ever notice we don't use AVIs and WMVs anymore? Those used to be all over the fucking place. And of course, even you're flipping your shit over this. You know what? Let's just do only wolf treat files for now. Need to develop one universal stand. You know, Vex, I would pretty much rather you not be sarcastic when you already know what I'm fucking talking about. I'm gonna ban you from the chat the next time you pull that shit. Turns into AVC. HEVC offers 25% to 50% better data compression, same level of video quality. Oh, joy. Or oh god, there's already an H.266. Video on Fallout at any point? I had no intention. It's so weird, like, there's so much push to make, like, higher quality there's so much push to make, like, higher quality video codecs, and basically, oh, we get better data compression, we got better, like, video quality and whatnot. Okay, who the fuck's using it, though? Nobody. Most TV shows nowadays, they aren't going to get anything out of that higher quality. They're all too dark. And even then, there's a certain point where super high quality makes it look fake. I mean, this was the problem they had with moving to 48 frames per second. They tried to release The Hobbit in 48 frames a second, and it moves like a soap opera, and it looks cheap. It looks bad. Gonna use it for streaming? Great. I mean, you're still gonna get the pixelation of bandwidth limitations anyway. Oh, but we compress it better without loss for quality. Great. Does Netflix support that? Probably not. It's probably, you know what? It's probably cheaper to just shrink it down even more and send that. You know what it strongly reminds me of is just the fact that, like, you get TV producers who are crafting their shows with a cinema in mind, like a whole, like this is best viewed in the theater, or, you know, it's best viewed like in a home theater. But, like, that's not how most people watch TV. Most people watch TV on a TV in the corner of the room, probably with the settings not optimized, and with the lights on. You know, dark video's great if you're watching it in a dark room, but we're not. It's another version of, like, you know, designed for the medium you are, not the medium you want. And, you know, you can push video quality all you want, but at the end of the day, everything is streaming now. There is a bottleneck to it. CinemaScope on TV. Like, no, TVs are 16:9. What the fuck are you doing? Like, where was it? Yeah, this was a problem with the Clone Wars right from the very fucking start. Like, this is its first episode, released in 2008. In 2008? Like, hang on a second. In 2008, widescreen TVs were not everywhere. There were still people using fucking 4x3 TVs. Tube TV, like CRTs, hadn't quite left yet. They were still around. The fucking 6th generation of consoles was like brand new at this point, and it was made with those things in mind. But then you got this motherfucker releasing in fucking 4x3. You want to know what that looks like? You know what? Releasing in fucking CinemaScope. You know what that looks like? On like a TV from 2008, it looks like this. What the fuck? That is so little screen real estate being used. TV shows are 16:9 because TVs are 16:9. Nobody's getting ultra wide televisions. Pan and scan. Ironically, these TV shows you could pan and scan because what the fuck is on the very sides that you need to see? You could fit all of these characters in a frame with pan and scan. It's just empty screen real estate. Like do you really need to have your nose right up this droideka's dick? No. Everything's centered here. This one would probably be difficult. But it's like the fact that we've got like people just don't fucking develop for the mediums they have, and worst of all, like everything's streaming now. You know, you can have all the great data compression you want. You know what the problem with data compression is? I'll show you what the problem is with data compression. Where did it go? Obi-Wan. Let's get the very last episode. I can't see shit, can you? And you want to know the best part? You want to know the best part? If we were to just say, for sake of example, where is it? Let's just take a snapshot here. Where'd that go? The pictures folder. Default pictures folder. Ugh. Take this image here and let's try and actually brighten it. Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, that's pretty fucking grainy because that's how data compression works. Because when a fucking scene is all dark like this, a data compression algorithm basically just says, oh, most of the screen real estate here is black. Therefore, we don't need to throw much of the bitrate in there. How about that? And there's no reason for them to do this. Like, hell, this scene in particular is especially unnecessary because look at their feet. Look between them. There is literally a light source right there. Turn it on. Every show is like this now. Every single fucking one. So, when you basically fuck up everyone else's work by putting in brand new fucking codecs, what's the goddamn point? It's still gonna look like this anyway. Fucking tech bros, I swear. Like, at the end of the day, you can't innovate out human stupidity. Because it's human stupidity that makes shows look like this. It's human stupidity that does all this shit. Shows are dark now because the showrunner basically thought, well, it's more realistic that way. And, I mean, who doesn't have a home theater? Most people. I remember reading an article that was written by one of these TV producers. He went to his parents' home, and they were watching his show, the show he'd made, and he was losing his mind because their TV settings made it practically unwatchable. And he spent like an hour fiddling with their TV settings in order to get it right. And it was, and he actually turned to his mother and said, "Mom, you're killing me here." But like, dickhead, make your fucking show for the TVs people have. Yeah, it's like what they said on the Two Towers, where everything is bathed in blue moonlight, and it's like, where's that light coming from? Same place as the music. Barbie was complimented for being brightly colored, and like, this is probably why seeing the screen without eye strain became novel. Yep. We also lost color grading and all that. Everything looks gray and boring. No whimsy allowed. Yep. The color grading of a lot of films and a lot of TV shows is very washed out, very gray. The idea being, oh, well, it looks more realistic that way. Bro, where do you live? Where do you fucking live? London? Furthermore, even if you live in a gray, gloomy place, it can still look beautiful. It doesn't have to look like washed out and boring. Where did I put it? This is a photo I took on a Halifax street. It's on an overcast day. It's a very moody overcast day. But it still looks pretty. It's got a very moody atmosphere. Gorgeous. Thank you. Come on. It's converting, so it's using like literally all fucking... using up my entire CPU. I paid for the CPU, I'm gonna use the CPU. Yeah. This looks like shit. This is what most fucking films look like. There's a lot of different color video essays while rating Cuddling Your Wife and now photography. Is there nothing CD? Is there anything CD can't do? Where's the contrast, Mansley? Yeah, like fading into like the shadowy areas on the street into like the fog and just the lights from the buildings. Also, the contrast between like this all glass modern skyscraper and these buildings here that were clearly built in like the 20s. That's what I love about Halifax. All these old buildings, and they just and most of them end up being preserved. Yeah, it looks pretty. But everything just gets washed out in gray for no goddamn reason. It's like nobody in Hollywood knows how to fucking make a goddamn picture look good anymore. Or rather, they do know how, they just don't want to because they have these weird dogmatic ideas of how things should look. And instead of looking good, it has to look realistic. Or rather, their warped idea of realistic. It's like how video games got really brown and gray during the PS3 era. And people said, well, it's realistic. And I'm like, where the fuck do you live? Where the fuck do you live where that's realistic? I live in a place that's gray an awful lot of the time. Oh, that church in the distance. Everything medieval must be muddy and have no colors. Yep. Or like when people complain about like if something's set in ancient Rome and they have black people walking around, like, bro, it's literally across the river from Africa. Avengers movie was criticized for being too colorful and looking cartoony. So for follow-ups, they desaturated the footage. Guess that could be a contributor. You know, here's an interesting thing. The Avengers made like, didn't that thing make like $1 billion? Yeah, the Avengers made $1.5 billion. I'm pretty sure anyone who criticized it for being too colorful or cartoony could have been told by Marvel, fuck off. Go fuck yourself, maybe? Oh, it's too colorful. Oh, well. It's like, well, I know 53 million people who would disagree. Endgame made 3.2 billion. Holy shit. Can't hear you through the sound of all this money. The masses want their movies too colorful. Like, here's the kicker. The only reason people did that is because people were still gassing up the fucking DC cinematic universe. Remember that? That brown and gray and gloomy, dark and brooding set of superhero films that failed horribly because nobody but losers wanted them. Some people think brooding equals mature. Yep. That they do, and they are fools. Foolish, foolish, foolish person. Didn't the Snyder Cut end up being the lowest watched DC movie? Yup. That it did. That it did. What's that tune, CD? I can't place it. That's Gumdrop's theme. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yep, nobody but losers wanted the Snyder Cut. And then those losers acted like it had somehow owned Hollywood in some way. Nah. Do 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 do. Oh, look this. I recently got blackout curtains for my bedroom. They completely block light. So now, when I wake up in the morning, I won't have the bright, glaring sun laser blasting my eyes out of my fucking out of their fucking sockets. I had a dark equals mature phase. I was miserable from it. Yeah, I think a lot of us did. Blackout curtains are an absolute godsend. Fuck yeah, blackout curtains. Yeah, whose fucking idea was sheer curtains? Either the curtains are open or they're fucking closed. Sheer curtains. It's like, okay, this is for when you want to close the curtains, but like, you know, at night people can still see through into your living room. Blackout curtains. Get fucked. Blackout curtains. For some reason, my uncle will buy and he insists on using cardboard on the windows. Oh man, it's like, hey, if it works, it's good enough. I don't want people looking at my living room in general. Yeah, when the curtains are drawn, they're drawn. It's like, what if you pulled the curtains closed, but not really? Let Grandpa cook. Yeah, let him cook. He's onto something here. A couple days ago, I ended up having a headache, and I was like, "Oh, this is a great time to actually put the blackout curtains up," because it was like really bright in it was like really bright in mid morning. And of course, I have a splitting goddamn headache. I think I might have migraines actually. And so it's like, oh, great. I can like just, this is a good time to put in the blackout curtains and be a little darkness gremlin. Three witches who are the best friends and super affectionate with each other. Why is it always witches? I'm curious. Like, so many people I've like, I know or have spoken to have at some point, like, done the whole fucking Society of Witches thing. Always witches and wizards. Whatever happened to sorcerers? Whatever happened to mages? But like, I mean, it was kind of the case in what was it called? What was it called? Oh fuck! What was Lek Archie's comic about? Transcendent, right? It happened in it was the case in Transcendent. You know, witches and witch school. It's a case in a lot of Nom Nom Nomi's games, witches and witch schools. I just see it. I see it in a lot of different places, and it's like, okay, what the fuck is going on? Where did this start? Was it Harry Potter? It was probably Harry Potter. It kind of goes together with the whole anime warrior school trope that I've been noticing way more and more and more. Like, somebody really suggests I should play Sea of Stars because, oh, it's really fucking good. But then the game starts with, like, the two lead characters going to fucking anime warrior school, and I'm just like, no, I don't want to play this. Like, you're already starting at a cliche, and I'm just like, get the fuck out of here. A Coven support system that says fuck you to the system? Well, that's the kicker. It is the system. That was also kind of the point I realized, like, I was kind of hoping Hard Guardian Spice would turn out good, but then it's just like, they're going to hero school, and I'm just like, why is Fable such a Yeah, this was shit in Fable, and it's still happening today, and it's like, when you have your characters going to heroism school, what that tells me is you have no ideas. You're trying to speed run, like the characters actually getting to know each other. School is relatable to the youth, but it's boring. We need to make it interesting. Yeah, the fact that there is very specifically heroism school is always the thing that always bothered me. It's like, why is there a school specifically for creating anime protagonists? That's weird. I think somebody said Sea of Stars actually, like, lampshades and deconstructs the trope, and I'm just like, I don't care. I'm kind of over deconstruction. The Order is another one. When you have characters like this is admittedly probably the weakest part of Solstice is the fact that Briar and Lute are like part of an order of like fucking Chimera Knights. And it's like, guys, you already had a really cool premise here with like two sisters fused together and having to act as and having to coordinate and be able to like fight together. Like, that's already cool. You didn't need to make dark fantasy Jedi. Insurance agency in a world of superheroes. The main character is a fraud investigator who looks into claims of superhero-related damages. Wasn't that the intro to The Incredibles? Here's the kicker. I feel like that's a 5-episode premise. It is admittedly a little weird when a lot of people are trying to make entire shows out of a one-joke premise. Like, Dante isn't part of some order of demon hunters. He just is a demon hunter. That's his job. He's like the Ghostbusters. By DMC5, the business of Devil May Cry is like a combination of the Ghostbusters and Mystery Inc. They even have their own Scooby van. All they're missing is the wolf from Metal Gear Rising. I mean, like, that was kind of the issue with Hell of a Boss. Hell of a Boss is like a 1-episode premise. I don't even know how they managed to get it, how they managed to stretch, like, how many seasons has that had? Oh, just 2. Jesus, with the way people talk about it, I assumed that it'd been good, that it had, like, way more. Fucking hell. Okay. Still, it was a one joke premise. Try to draw out the still. No. Don't get into that. No whining about Hell of a Boss here. I'm just bringing it up as like, as a neutral point. We support indie animation in this house. At least it's unique. Actual season's just 8 episodes apiece. The first is 8, the second is 12. A matter of how much personality the characters bring to the premise. Yeah, but I mean, it is still a 1-joke premise. I think like that was a big part of my problem with High Guardian Spice, is just the fact that they had like, you get through the first season and the plot is just barely starting. I know some people say it's like, oh, any issue you had was likely caused by budget. I don't think so. I mean, if you had a budget for X amount of episodes, then you budget for X amount of episodes, but you're stretching 3 episodes into fucking 13. You're just moving at a molasses pace for no reason, just because it's in vogue. Hi again. Hi, fucker. Finals are killing me. Oh. Well, welcome to my morgue. You have a recommendation for indie animation? There's that new one Dana Terrace is working on. That's apparently a psychological thriller, which, like, the fact that it was a new genre immediately made me go, ooh. It isn't out yet. Yeah, I know. Still, that's my recommendation. Watch that when it comes out. Dana's got a good track record with horror elements, so I'm absolutely game. Yep. Like, her stuff with horror is, like, pretty interesting. Sure, called The Art of Murder. I have not. Just a heads up. If you're gonna ask me a question that's like, have you seen X? 9 times out of 10, the answer is probably gonna be no. What's a better way to write a religious character? They're all either incredibly preachy or complete hypocrites, at least in horror movies. That depends on what you want to. That depends on what you want to say about religion. The reason a lot of religious characters are preachy or hypocritical is because that's how a lot of religious people are like in real life. Yeah, it's in India. Right, one joke premise. Like I said, this is kind of the issue with High Guardian Spice is like shit or get off the pot, you know? You can't just stick your characters into fucking fantasy warrior school and expect that to carry the plot for you. Like, I imagine High Guardian Spice would have probably gone over better if they hadn't just copied Ruby. Because they fucking did. Why would you? It's like Ruby with a stealth Simon and Garfunkel reference. Certified garbage in, garbage out moment. Yeah, like, don't fucking copy Ruby. Why are you like this? I'm gonna be honest here. Does anybody watch Ruby for the plot? Yeah, the conversion's almost. Ruby was a dance scene that Death Battle referenced as a tribute to Monty Ohm when he died. Oh. The still images of Neapolitan. It's oh, come on. Ugh. People keep asking me to cover it, and it's like, well, one, I've had people ask me to do a video on Ruby, and it's like, well, there's several problems with that. One, you know, every copyright holder of Ruby is like weirdly copyright happy, so actually getting one of those out is difficult. Two, H-Bomb already did a video on Ruby, and it's better than anything I could ever make. And three, and this is the most important part, doing a video on Ruby would require watching Ruby, and I would rather lacerate my gums on the edge of a rusty tin. Yeah, that's the biggest issue. That's the biggest hurdle to doing a video on Ruby, having to like actually fucking watch Ruby. It's the same reason why I never did a video on Steven Universe Future. I would literally rather do anything. Like, it's fun. Like, talking about Steven Universe is actually quite enjoyable. I do enjoy doing it. Critiquing it, analyzing it, arguing about it is quite. Watching it, on the other hand, not so much. That is an agonizing experience. I did it once for the video in 2018, and then I never did it again. There, you suffered enough. I think doing the movie and like the revisit was basically it. That was pretty much it for talking about. Especially now, whenever I talk about Steven Universe, some like purple sphere keeps fucking screeching. You have displeased the orb. It's fucking boring. Yeah. Cunty purple. No, don't do that. Don't say cunt. Don't give her cunty purple. Cunty purple is funny. I'm about to. Oh well, this is gonna get demonetized on YouTube. Darren Ka. That's a cool name. Too cool for you, so I'm just gonna default to cunty purple. Who the fuck's calling me a sour? Robocall, man, those scammers are up late. Good name should be reserved for good stuff. To get some rest, it's past their bedtime. Yeah. That must be a blast from the past for you. Not really. It was just work. I don't even remember what year I made that video. Has your wife moved in yet? I know that was supposed to happen soon. None of your business. Avatar Pavi, but my subconscious rebelled due to the... Oh, she did a response to Avatar Pavi? Jesus Christ, what is she... That video was, like, super innocuous. What the fuck is she had to bitch about there? Is it shit? Let her mold. Five hours to run commentary over a 20-minute video. Jesus Christ. Someone likes the sound of their own voice. Whatever. They're always mauling about something. I don't know if any of you were here for it, but you remember the one time we got that one guy in the Twitch chat who was raging? And we kept pointing out that he was raging. And every single time he was like, I'm not mad, I'm making fun of you. It was very important to him that we knew that he was definitely not mad. Can't remember what that guy's name was. Gods, I remember that. Yeah. We're not mad. We're making fun of you. Nah, you're mad. You're very mad. This is kind of how trolls work, you know. They get angry, they lash out, and when you smack them, they go, "Oh my god, I got you so mad. You're so raging. You're crashing out." Thing is, there used to be a time when we all knew this. Same thing as my girlfriend is eating me out during... Oh, I remember that one! Oh my god, like... That was funny. The one anon who was just like, I'm actually getting a blowjob from my girlfriend while I type this. And I'm like, wow, is she so bad at it? You have to think about me in order to come? That was priceless. Why would you admit to getting off on yelling at CD? I mean, let's be fucking honest here. We've all seen the way they draw me. These let's get nut without thinking about CD. Well, okay, look, let's be fucking honest here. That guy wasn't getting sucked off while he was typing. Like, let's be honest here. You know, unless you have a girlfriend who has a really good sense of humor, if you're getting sucked off and you pick up your phone, you will not be getting sucked off anymore. Oh my god. That's a good way to getting free unwanted bottom surgery. What in the world's happening in this chat? We're waiting for some video files to convert, so we're mostly just shooting the shit about random nonsense. We're just talking about like the noteworthy different anons we got. I can't remember. I think was it Daisy Anon? No, it was a different one. But anyway, one anon came in and started screaming at us about a bunch of different stuff. And then a bunch of other people would put like same anon in their asks and then like write an ask about like basically like just making that anon look like they can't control their thirst. So I started only answering those, and the actual anon was like in my inbox unanswered. Complaint is like, those aren't me, that's not me, I'm not doing that. And I was like, yeah, I know, bitch, it's funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and one of the reasons that they worked so goddamn hard to get me to get my Tumblr account banned a third time was specifically because my Tumblr account would always get banned shortly after posting something that embarrassed them way too much, and they'd start mass reporting me for you know, trans femme crimes. But, like, the one that got me kicked off Tumblr the last time is I posted logs that somebody else had posted elsewhere on Tumblr showing that every time I got an anon about the orb, it was the orb sending it. The orb was straight up admitting to it in their own server. Nobody, but, like, basically it's like, wow, you are literally begging for my attention at every opportunity. That's funny. I think that's real. I mean, again, we've seen how you draw me. So. Wait, really? Yep. I mean, come on. Look at this shit. Like, aside from the fact that my thumb appears to be, appears to be good going through a trial separation with the concept of physics, like, why am I so milfy? Why do I look like I'd be voiced by Wendy Malick? Is the orb the one that drew CD is like, yeah. Damn, I knew they were obsessed, but wow. Like, damn, I look great. That's a level of pathetic that Team Rocket, Bebop, and Rocksteady and Shinji fucking Akari would point and laugh at. This is a nice wanted poster. Glad you got my good side. Yeah, they were doing, like, it did a response to the fucking sibling video and drew me like this. And, like, again, I am so fucking milfy in here. I look like a stressed out wine mom taking a load off after a rough day. Why not? Ooh, that's even better. For fuck's sake. No wonder your anatomy is so bad. No wonder your anatomy is so bad. The hand that's supposed to be stabilizing the tablet is elsewhere. Ooh, let's get some good stuff. This is from our good buddy Me Blue. This was done after the Avatar Pavi video. I'd like to take a load off with her. Who fucking said that? I was like, now that you're done being stupid loudly, I shall continue. I had a comment on that just the other day, on that video just the other day, where someone's just going, God, the flinch on Pixie. Why did you have to make her flinch every time you lifted a hand after that? I love Me Blue's art. Love that art style. Oh yeah, Me Blue's art's great. Gotta admit that Andy and Lele drawing of you has you rocking the long hair look. That's coming from somebody who loves long flowing hair. I have long hair in real life, hon. My hair goes down to the middle of my back. Dang, girl. Oh, yeah, it's always been like that. I've always had very long, very thick hair. It was often forcibly cut when I was a kid, but once I started growing my hair out much longer as a teenager, my God, like in the 2000s, seeing a guy with long hair, it's like a lot of people are just like, that's so weird. Can I touch it? This was like the height of the the gangster rap era. So like everybody had like buzz cuts or shaved their head or some shit. Wish my hair would grow that long. Alas, all I get is shoulder length. Yeah, the length of your hair is genetically coded. Unfortunately. I can never stand my hair being too long, but I also hate breaking my routine to sit down and get my hair buzzed. That was such a weird phenomenon. Long hair is awesome. Like, from age 16 to 19, I literally did not go one day without someone having their fingers in my hair. Granted, 90% of the time that was Courtney, but head look does not gel with me. It doesn't gel with anyone. Nobody looks good in a shaved head. You just, like, your brain, like, you can see, like, the outline of your skull, and it's like, the part where your brain sits literally bulges out the back. Yikes, yeesh. Yes, it was as uncomfortable as it sounds. It doesn't grow down, it grows inward, constantly curling in on itself. My hair did used to curl at a certain point. Like, I reached a point where, like, I think when my hair got down to shoulder length, it would, like, just curl almost completely upward at the ends, and I'm just like, why? Why are you like this? It doesn't do that anymore now. My hair is too long and too heavy. Hair, it wanted to defy gravity at a certain point. I can fly! Version of either being bald or having hair. Just pick one of them instead of halfway. When I was very little, I liked getting a buzz cut for literally no other reason than like running my hand over it. It was like needles. It was like very it was like very short and very bristly, and it was like, oh, that's fun. I got my mom's. Then I actually saw a photo of myself with buzzed hair when I was like 7, and I was like, ew, that looks wrong. I'm never doing that again. Like, it was this photo that was taken when I was in soccer, and it was like, I'm looking at it, and it's just like, I feel a profound sense of wrongness when I look at this image. Little did I know it was the little old baby trans in me trying to come out. But I didn't know that was a thing. It's like, McKay did ask me once, like, what was the first sign that you were trans in retrospect? And I look back on it and I just think, I think probably due to the fact that from age 5 to like age 15, I routinely daydreamed about being a girl. Her look is an inspiration for a trans woman OC. She's a super scientist and a doctor. No. I'll be okay with you doing that. Yeah, that probably played a... Yeah, that would do it. It's like, what was the early sign? And just like, literally daydreaming about being a girl when I was 6. I was like, wow. How did you not know? I was 6! I was 6! And it was fucking 1998! I was 6 and I had other things going on, okay? The first time I was introduced to the concept of being transgender, it was the Family Guy episode Quagmire's Dad. And I saw it, and it came to that bit of like, but I am a man trapped in a woman's body, and it's like, but I am a woman trapped in a man's body, and while I'm here, I intend to have a sex change operation. And I remember reading that, and I was like, wait, you can do that? That's a thing you can do? It's like, is that real, or did Family Guy just make that up? And then I looked it up, and it was real, and I didn't know how to, I did not know how to deal with that. So I repressed it. The Simpsons episode where Moe opens a gay bar. Not the best. Ah. Yeah, Quagmire's Dad isn't the best either. I think people overstate its badness because, well, it's Family Guy. But I like Ida. I think Ida's just a very nice character. We could all stand to be a little more like Ida. What exactly was your question for us again, CD? I forgot. Did I ask a question? I don't know, fucking idea. I think I mentioned McKay asking us a question, asking me a question about like, what in retrospect, what's the earliest indicator that you were trans? I think the joke is that Homer doesn't notice it's a gay bar, but he did and only leaves due to there not being a fire escape. Oh, yeah. This lesbian bar doesn't have a fire escape. I actually properly learned that trans people were that wasn't horribly transphobic because then I discovered Mr. Breezy, an old Gmod YouTuber from way back when. She helped me with quite a bit, DBH. Oh. Enjoy your death trap, ladies. What's her problem? Oh, that was great. Homer was assumed to be a butcher, closeted trans girl. Yeah. Like, I mean, for me in particular, like, a big barrier to just accepting that I was trans was, well, I had a lot of shit going on, and it's like, no, I can't add another thing to it. This can't be right. I am not crazy. Bad attitude to have, but bear in mind, I was 17. Although that having been said, my parents would argue with me about, like, when I was too old to force into getting a haircut, my parents would argue with me about how I need to get a haircut. It's like, you look like a girl. People are going to think you're a girl. People are probably going to call you a girl. And I remember every single fucking time that they said that, I was like, good. Well, you look like a girl, and you might be mistaken for one. It's like, good. And still, that egg did not crack. Gender exists. CD at 17. We don't have time to unpack all that. Like, let's be fucking honest here. If you had seen me at 17, I am the picture of a closeted trans girl. Long hair, baggy clothes, hoodies, all the fucking time. My God, did I love my hoodies. Courtney also loved my hoodies. I literally dress like I have things, like my clothes are hanging off of me. My mother always called it, this stuff, always said, oh, this stuff fits you like socks on a rooster. And it's because I hate looking at my body. Oh, and also just the profound depression, though. Hate that. My egg cracked in elementary school due to the Fairly Odd Parents, then shattered in middle school. I've been recalled and destroyed at CD's request for containing an image of her under egg. I don't think the term egg really existed back then. I most certainly did not. Yeah. Name a more destined duo than closeted trans girls and big black sweaters. Hell, I'm not even in the closet. I'm wearing a big black sweater right now. The sleeves literally cover my hands. I look like Neva. I was even gonna say the sleeves dangle off your arms. You haven't seen this sweater. Nobody's seen me. Nobody's seen me in it. This is my I'm not going out today. I'm just working sweater. I wonder if I should get a sweater. Closest I have is my hoodie. I think no. I think even if you are out and happy, I think everyone should have an oversized sweater of some kind. Why? Because it's comfy. And more iconic duo. Closet Transfer's a big black sweater. Yeah, it's got to be oversized. The sweater has to be oversized. Oh my god, finally. I don't remember what was the earliest egg moment for me was, but I know what, or rather, who was the one to crack it. Was it me? Did I do that, Noob Lord?
And over the course of the story, she befriends and starts an interracial Moxie, the tricky fox, interracial polycule with Moxie, the tricky fox, and Mochi, the Moxie, the tricky fox, and Mochi, the it has two and Mochi, the are you fucking kidding me? Lonely Wolf Treat has two separate tracks running through it, the first being Nami's usual fare of people being kind to one another and finding belonging among those they love. In this case, it directly talks about polyamory.
When does Paris... yep, in 2018 via Tumblr asks. Really? What did I say? March of 2018. Ooh, wow.
Lonely Wolf Treat has two separate tracks running through it, the first being Nami's usual fare of people being kind to one another and finding belonging among those they love. In this case, it directly talks about polyamory, and in particular, the cultural expectations toward relationships. Treat comes from a wolf pack.
Oh, no. No. No, you can't do this to me. Ah, you bitch! I didn't use the converted one. If the sweater doesn't meet your thighs, you're doing it wrong. Ooh, the sweater does meet my thighs.
two separate tracks running through it, the first being Nami's usual fare of people being kind to one another and finding belonging among those they love.
I had asked if me using a lesbian for a self-insert despite being a cis-het guy was problematic. Oh yeah, and I think I just said, honey, I think I think you might need to crack that fucking egg.
Two separate tracks running through it, the first being Nami's usual fare of people being kind to one another and finding belonging among those they love. In this case, it directly talks about polyamory, and in particular, the cultural expectations toward relationships.
I kind of like the implication that at some point Treat was in love with Trick.
Treat comes from a wolf pack that is fixated on monogamy and finding your soulmate. She ran away because she's polyamorous, and the thought of being tied down to a single person her entire life makes her anxious. Treat's story deals rather directly with the shame of going against what is expected of a wolf.
You originally responded with the "I'm gonna tell him, don't you dare" gif, and I was freaked out until you responded to me pleading for clarification with just the trans flag. My reaction to that was jubilation. Oh wow. Well, I didn't crack your egg, I just shattered it with a fucking hammer. Noob Lord out of her egg like Sonic throwing a chow egg at the wall. Oh yeah, that's when you were still going by Gamma Wally, wasn't it? I remember you showed up in the chat and it was like, I think we mentioned Noob Lord at one point, and then Gamma Wally pops up like, it's like, oh yeah, I can't hear that phrase without thinking of Noob Lord, and then Gamma Wally's in the chat like, it's like, you think about me when you hear that phrase, and we were just like, what the fuck?
Your soulmate. She ran away because she Treat comes from a wolf pack that is fixated on monogamy and finding your soulmate. She ran away because she's polyamorous. She ran away because she's polyamorous, and the thought of being tied down to a single person her entire life makes her anxious. Treat's story deals rather directly with the shame. Treat's story deals rather directly with the shame of going against what is expected of a wolf, often believing herself to be disgusting for harboring feelings toward more than one person. This has led Treat to become quiet, shy, and rather soft-spoken. It's actually ludicrous that people think she's a dangerous predator because she can barely speak above a whisper and blushes and faints if you look at her the wrong way. I gotta say, Treat is portrayed very differently here and I gotta say, Treat is portrayed very differently here and in subsequent appearances than she is in Syrup and the Ultimate Sweet. It's like night and day with these two. In fact, Lonely Wolf Treat was the game made immediately after Syrup, so it's like she looked at Treat and went not ooh-woo enough, and now Treat absolutely reeks of ooh-woo.
If I could dig through Tumblr likes and find that exact post. Unless you reblogged it, then you probably will.
And now Treat absolutely reeks of ooh-woo. The overall theme of the game has...
I'm pretty sure it was removed from your like when I got banned. Oh, goodness. I just found this. Say something first. Lily has a voice that makes me want to punch her until her face is rearranged due to her constant condescending tone. Bitch, I don't have a condescending tone. I'm just a little nasal. Like, goodness. The very sane, very normal people who dislike me, everybody.
The overall theme of the game has a lot to do with preconceived notions.
Huh. I wonder why CD paints all of her critics as transphobes.
The overall theme of the game has a lot to do with preconceived notions. Treat runs away from her pack because of preconceived notions.
Sorry I had to go through that stuff, CD. Hey, it was posted like a year ago, and I'm only just seeing it today. Red flags. Get your red flags here. Yep. Very vindictive people. Like, it's basically like when people focus on my voice and my tone like that, it's because what I said pissed them off because it's right and they can't argue with it. And so they fixate on my tone. They fixate on me being condescending or aggro or having an attitude. I've been getting that since I was a kid. Oh, you have an attitude problem. What's the attitude? I called someone out on their shitty behavior. Holding a pathological grudge against a trans woman was a sign of deep emotional instability. It truly came out of nowhere. Yeah.
The overall theme of the game has a lot to do with preconceived notions. Treat runs away from her pack because of preconceived notions about what it means to be a wolf. She deals with issues from the rabbits over preconceived notions about what wolves do.
80% of them are unacceptably vindictive and sadistic allegations of the day they talk about CD. Yep.
She deals with issues from the rabbits over preconceived notions about what wolves do. Preconceived notions of what wolves and foxes are is what defines most of Mochi's conflict, as she experiences pushback for her relationship with two canines. With preconceived notions Preconceived notions of what wolves and foxes are is what defines most of Mochi's conflict. What wolves do. Preconceived notions of what wolves and foxes are is what defines most of Mochi's conflict, as notions of what wolves and foxes are is what defines most of Mochi's conflict, as she experiences pushback for her relationship with two canines. Whether it's family drama, bigotry from strangers, or shame, this is the driving theme of the story, and in some cases, it does this really well. Treats self-loathing over being polyamorous and coming two canines. Whether it's family drama, bigotry from strangers, or shame, this is the driving theme of the story, and in some cases, it does this really well. Treats self-loathing over being polyamorous and coming to accept herself for who she is and eventually come out to her family are really good. And to that end, dreaming loathing over being polyamorous and coming to accept herself for who she is and eventually come out to her family are really good. And to that end, dreaming that end, Dreaming Treat is the best chapter of the bunch. But it's when the story starts getting into animal racism that it shows its cracks. First of all, animal metaphors for racism are... well, they don't have a great track record. Metaphors for racism are... well, they don't have a great track Well, they don't have a great track record. Although Treat doesn't really dive off the deep end like a lot of other stories like this do, Treat and Moxie get subjected to racism, and Mochi by proxy being in a relationship with them as well, but the effect is that the characters lamenting the situation and doesn't really dive off the deep. Treat and Moxie get subjected to racism, and Mochi by proxy being in a relationship with them as well, but the effect is that the characters lamenting the situation and growing closer to each other as a result. In particular, it has a strong effect on Treat. She's already left her pack over feeling like she's wrong in some way, and so being psychologically bombarded with assertions that she's going to hurt Mochi just adds to her self-loathing. Mochi's life changes drastically. Self-loathing. Mochi's life changes drastically as a result of becoming friends with Treat, to the point that she's even forced to leave her home. So as bad things continue happening to Mochi as an indirect result of being around Treat, Treat continues to internalize all of this and thinks of herself as evil. You can't be around people who do nothing people who do nothing but put you down without internalizing a lot of it. It doesn't can't be around people who do nothing but put you down without internalizing a lot of it. It doesn't matter to Treat that the real instigator of this entire conflict was Mochi's cousin. Things were fine, Treat came into town, things stopped being fine is the series of events as Treat understands it. All of this gets piled onto Treat's already existent self. All of this gets piled onto Treat's already existent self-loathing over her polyamory, and so falling in love with Mochi and Moxie at the same time gets fed through that horrid feedback loop of
You're hurting Mochi. You're a disappointment. You're a disappointment.
What I love about pixel art games, you can just zoom into them forever.
You're disgusting. You're disgusting.
Freak myself out with those
It's
voices
a very
sometimes.
real depiction of the way abuse compounds on each other and makes each one exponentially worse. It's no wonder Treat barely says a word and blushes at the slightest compliment. It's no wonder she considers Mochi literally too good to confess to. Now Moxie, on the other hand, the actual state of animal folk racism isn't a problem that really gets solved. The characters just end up having to deal. The actual state of animal folk racism isn't a problem that really gets solved. The characters just end up having to deal with it. Its source is elaborated on as three idiot humans tried to write a big book of lore trying to explain the dynamic between humans, witches, and animal folk, but it ended up spreading a lot of racist misconceptions about everyone. I actually think it's funny because most of Nami's games take place in a shared universe that has approximately zero lore at all. About the only thing that's ever explained is the different branches of magic using anime warrior school logic, but everything else is just as the story demands. Animal folk are simultaneously sovereign citizens, pets for humans, and familiars for witches. There's humanoid animals that are different from feral animals, but also not. Humans and witches are the same race, except when they're not, but that might also just be Syrup's opinion. Gumdrop was technically born yesterday, but is also an adult with a career, but is also not when it's funny. Pastille spends months building a sentient golem, implying it was a difficult labor of love, but then later it suggested that it's so unprecedented that Pastille might be a fucking demigod. Some people like to eat meat, but animals are sentient, so where's the meat coming from? Well, nowhere, so don't worry about it, but also maybe the witches cursed an entire species to not be able to take humanoid form to make people look the other way at their Soylent Green factory. It's clear Nami doesn't really get caught up in the idea of consistent lore and freely changes things on a whim to suit the story she's currently writing, which, by the way, doesn't really get caught up in the idea of consistent lore and freely changes things on a whim to suit the story she's currently writing, which, by the way, I deeply respect. So there being a whole plotline about three people trying to make a wiki out of this universe and it being so bafflingly wrong it sparked bigotry is kind of funny. But a solution any of this doesn't present itself. But a solution any of this doesn't present itself. Ultimately, Treat, Mochi, and Moxie end up leaving their home and heading. Ultimately, Treat, Mochi, and present itself.
Okay.
Treat, Mochi, and Moxie end up leaving their home and heading for greener, Treat, Mochi, frostier pastures. It's all, frostier pastures. It's all just up stop on the road to more lonely wolf treat, which I guess you could say matches up to real life. This is something people have to deal with in their day-to-day life, and not everyone responds to it by picking up a hammer and sickle and joining the revolution. And I can respect that. All in all, it's a good game, and I'm looking forward to the epilogue.
Oh. Okay, yeah. I gotta change this. This has to be the next thing. Okay, I need a silly on the nose song for Treat. I'm cover of Hungry Like the Wolf. I couldn't find that. Like, I couldn't find one that wasn't crap. Oh, I found one. Ah, come on. Might even fit. That's a shame because Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf is fucking Biss. Ah.
Sucked in the forest, she's like wine, and I'm hungry like a wolf.
Looking forward to the epilogue. Solution. And I can respect that. All in all, it's a good game, and I'm looking forward to the epilogue.
Ooh.
The epilogue.
There we go.
A good game, and I'm looking forward to the epilogue.
Okay. Oh, I'll show you guys this bit because it's funny.
Kaima is an RPG Maker game about a guy trying to kill his evil cannibalistic sister. Wait, hang on. Yeah, that's the wrong footage, babe. No, they're two different games. No, I'm not gaslighting you. Anyway, Kaima is an RPG Maker game about a guy trying to kill his evil... No, they're two different games. No, I'm not gaslighting you. Anyway,
Funny, I showed that to McKay earlier, and she was like, "Lamau, I don't know, babe. I'm feeling pretty gaslit." And I said, "Lies. You're a beautiful wood bonfire." She was like, "Oh, why is that so sweet?" Okay, well, I am unfortunately going to have to spend time converting literally all the other footage. Otherwise, I'm just going to have the same problem of constant crashes. Nice to have a solution to that, though. So for now, just go back to all the other shit we were doing while I run this in the background. I don't think I'll be getting to the rest of the editing today, unfortunately. At least you know how to solve the issue now. Yep. Means tomorrow this should go a lot faster. Let's start with converting bad end theater because there's so fucking much of that. Gumdrop totally calls him baby girl. Yeah. Why does Gumdrop call you baby girl? How about we stop talking for a while? The ultimate sweet was the thing CD says to her wife along the way. Yeah, at least I know how to solve it. Alternate title for the non-existent Madhouse revival, CD, The Ultimate Sweets. I wouldn't do that. I just call it Madhouse. We have gotten the idea of doing like the occasional Madhouse comic just for fun. We had the idea of doing the mistletoe bit. It's like, no, that's not mistletoe. That's a mistletoe. If you're under it, you have to. It's like you have to fight. The two characters under it, they just grin, grab each other by the throat. Someone's halls are getting decked. What are the Madhouse comics? You don't mind me asking? Oh, a bunch of Pokemon comics we wrote that like covers a theme of enmeshment. G and Maggie, eternal enemies. Oh no, this would have been G and Comic CD. They would not miss an opportunity to throw down. I meant, what platform are they on? Oh, they're gone. Well, actually, no. You can buy the archive on Patreon. CD usually throwing hands with a symbiote that can throw out a black hole for fun. Casually throwing hands. They grew up. It's like they grew up together. She's not throwing a black hole. I just heard something in the kitchen. Just a Roomba. That thing runs every night at 3 a.m. and it still fucking spooks me. Some things remain constant somehow. Yeah. It's a shame that blog got nuked. I was just getting into some really good ideas. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, these things happen. Let's get some. Things. There we are. Let's get the good volume balance, and we are good. So, anybody had any other questions for me? I tend not to have questions. Aw, that's a shame. We were talking about like very funny add-ons before the conversions finished. Worthwhile suggestions in the Patreon post a few weeks ago. I haven't really gone through them all. I was planning to go through them when I needed an idea and pluck out one that actually looked like it might be interesting. It would just be like, gives you flowers. Oh yeah, Daisy Anon. That actually sparked the first piece of artwork I actually got from Ren. Really had the same patheticness as I have 3 hot girlfriends who all smoke weed. Oh, yeah, that one was... Oh, that was a special level of sad. What after years of not trying, what am I, it's like, by doing wrong. See, what you're doing wrong is, you know, you aren't making shit up. It's funny, we had that post up of like, we had that post up of like those 3 characters in group therapy. And one thing in particular, all right. The 3 of them were in group therapy, and I had someone, and one of them were just like, they took a specific issue with the fact that Anthony just says like, Adora, can I have a pull of that? It basically says she, like, can she have a pull of a joint rather than like a hit or a drag? And it was just like, tell me you've never smoked weed / are a cop without telling me you've never smoked weed. And I'm just like, I've never smoked weed in my life, and I'm proud of that fact. Well, I've done it once or twice, but it was a miserable experience. It's just like, honey, why do you think that's a fucking own? I am very glad to not be like you. People get really bitchy about the fact that I think weed is kind of shit. And it's like, sorry, man, it's just literally nobody, like, everyone I have ever met who smokes weed has been an absolute cunt. I'm already getting demonetized anyway. It's like, are you fucking 13? You still acting like getting high makes you cool? being with jokes about being out of touch is that out of touch weirdos will genuinely think you're being sincere. Yep. The number of times I drink per year could be counted on one hand. Yeah, same. Like, sorry, I'm a fucking well-adjusted adult, I guess. It's like, I mean, hey, hey, if you're watching this stream, and I know you are a potato chip, like, you smoke weed a fuck ton, and you're a miserable fucking bitch. So, like, quit being the stereotype. In all honesty, it's not really weed that's the problem. It's just stoners are the problem. People who make weed their entire fucking personality are the problem. And, like, it's always weed. That's the kicker. Like, you know, people who smoke tobacco don't have this fucking problem. The number of times I've heard from somebody who smokes, do you smoke? Probably trying to hit me up for a light. And I'm just like, no. And they're like, good, don't start. They know. They know they got a problem. Potheads, on the other hand, it's just this constant fucking nonsense with them. I never wanted to use substances that make me lose control of what I say or do. Just sound like regret when I'm sober again. I don't really like being compromised at all. I don't like things that make me feel like I'm not in control. I don't like being under the influence. Probably because, like, you know, when I was a teenager, someone got me drunk. But, like, I hate it. It's a horrible experience. I absolutely fucking hate it. Have a good stream, everyone. Thanks for the stream, CD. See ya, Jokerman. High and not fully in control of myself sounds awful. Yep. But, like, it's the culture. It's the culture that really gets me. Is like, I've never met somebody who smokes pot who wasn't an absolute douchebag. Not one. I've met a lot of people who smoke pot. It's like maybe 8 or 9 in my life, but all of them have just been the worst kind of fucking people. Every year I get a new reason never to touch alcohol. Yep. I think the funniest one was when I was like, wow, somebody heard that I don't smoke weed. I don't drink very much. And it's like, wow, you sound boring. I'm just like, I'm sorry, are you 12? I can't imagine getting to a point like where you're a fucking grown-ass adult and you still have an attitude about substance abuse of a fucking 13-year-old boy. I don't get it, and I don't think I'm ever gonna get it. One of my cousins, in regards to weed, basically made it so I never had any desire to smoke. Same on not feeling cognizant. I remember back in my undergrad, my roommates got so drunk they don't remember how they got up the stairs, and they were concrete open stairs. That's just scary. Some people just never mentally grow up. I mean, I know that. My sister's still mentally fucking 16. I think they just think everyone's excited to do all the kinds of adult stuff and don't get why you wouldn't want to do it or be against it. How can you not be excited against it? How can you not be excited mentality? Yeah, I get that. It's like, I'm an adult, you know? I've done the adult stuff. I've done, I've done the adult stuff, and, you know, it eventually, a lot of it loses its luster. Especially if you're never really all that interested in it in the first place, you know? Like, see, I've always had this perception that, like, once you actually become an adult, whether or not something is adult kind of stops mattering to you. At least that's how it was with me, you know? It's like, oh, don't you want to see cartoons explore mature themes? They already do. Yeah, but like dark and all, and like for adults? I'm like, can't imagine how it would matter. It loses its mysteriousness and turns into just another thing. Yeah, it's just another thing. Serious cartoons with heavy subject matter always end with, the power of friendship, you can defeat everything, ooh-woo. Yeah, it's because they only care about the aesthetic. That's all they want. That's all they give a shit about. It's all aesthetics. About yeah, it's all just aesthetics. You know, they don't so much want to watch adult media so much as it is they want to claim the media they watched as a child for themselves. Like, this has to grow up with me. It has to be for me. It can't be for the kids today. That's part of why what becomes appropriate for a children's show gets increasingly narrow over time, as basically the old generation sections off their nostalgia for them and them alone. Froze up with the audience at the start. The audience getting into it now. Scared live action Pikachu. Gentrifying TV. Oh, gentrifying. I'm not sure gentrifying would fit. I think the homogenization of genres all into one slurry might be an example of gentrification, but at the same time, I don't think it's a good idea to downplay gentrification like that. So weebifying? I'm not necessarily. I don't think weebifying is a good is a good term either, because a lot of some shows are inspired by anime, but that's not a recent thing. That's kind of been the case since 1996. Especially happened to comics too. You can really notice it happen if you binge the Archie Sonic comics. Oh yeah, comics in the 90s, fucking hell. The 90s were a dark time. They were. I think for a lot of it, though, it was largely just amount of... it's largely just, when you hear, I think when you hear people talk about adult animation, get someone talking about adult animation enough, and you'll eventually figure out why this is the case, because they will always, without fail, cite anime as an example of making high quality adult animation. And then they will cite a show made for 8-year-olds. Or sorry, a show made for 8th graders. Wonder if I should be thankful I didn't exist for most of that decade. I wasn't conscious for most of it. Yeah, like even some anime fans have become frustrated that only action shonen get attention from fandom. Yeah. Here's the problem, okay? And this is kind of, I've mentioned this before, and it's kind of wholly the problem. One of the reasons why 18 plus animation tends to go for sex jokes and a lot of swearing and a lot of crude humor is because that's the only way you can get an 18 plus rating. If you try to cover dark, if you make a show that has none of those things and it covers dark and heavy subject matter that really makes you think and maybe gives you uncomfortable uncomfortable things to think about, you know what you get? PG. It's a result of people still existing in that childish mindset of like, an R rating is a big deal. It's a big prestige thing. But in reality, an R rating is just a parental advisory. I mean, they had to add a completely superfluous sex scene to Oppenheimer just to get an R rating. One second, I'll be right back. Don't do that. No. We can still no Mage Bracer token, Mage Bracer token from Sunwell. Okay. Prestige over presence. They want the label, not the legacy. Yep. Movie Bob once said this about video games being taken seriously. You know, they didn't really want video games to be taken seriously. They wanted people to declare their hobby serious without having to do any of the work required to actually be serious. which is why there was always this push to take video games seriously as an art form, but the moment they were actually critiqued as art, people flipped the fuck out. Movies get one F-bomb for a PG-13 rating. Yeah, I always thought that was funny. Like, every movie, like, you get one. Whoever came up with that rule at the Motion Picture Association, fucking bravo. It's like, okay, PG-13 rating. You get one F-bomb. That's it. You only get one. Use it wisely. And I actually think that's like a really cool kind of limitation because like now the writer has to use that F-bomb really wisely. They got to find the perfect moment to use it, which I think is like I said, creativity flourishes under limitations. I could have sworn The Martian was R-rated. Was it? All Oppenheimer needed to do was have someone say fuck twice and boom. No more need for a superfluous sexy. I guess they wanted it to be a sure thing. Oh, tomorrow's mine and McKay's anniversary. Really? That's nice. Yep. PG-13, I've been gaslit by my own brain. Don't read the following until tomorrow. Happy anniversary. Uh, yeah, I like I said, I don't get the obsession with needing everything to be as adult as possible. Look, I have a pretty varied media diet. I watch stuff for kids, I watch stuff for all ages, I watch stuff for adults, and none of them is really inherently better than the other. But one thing that I've always hated is when something that was clearly pitched right over the right at the sensibilities of kids tries really hard to make itself adult out of some sense of prestige because it is always so insecure, and they're all terrible. They always end up doing it so badly. You watched where that was the case. Ooh, I can't say that it was a movie. It's usually an animated series. Well, actually, the all of the Snyder DC movies. That'd be the big one. The fuck would a properly executed version of that even look like at this point? Making a series either for kids or for adults. Like, here's the kicker. It's like, how do you make an adult battle shonen? You don't. Because only kids like battle shonen. It just reads like insecurity. If my work can't be seen as mature, then how can I be seen as anything worthwhile? Exactly. People who never grew out of their "that's for babies" phase. If you want to make mature, if you want to be mature, make stuff for kids and respect them all doing it like actual. Yeah. Ugh. Like I said, it's so weird that people are so fucking insecure all the time. Ugh. Like I said, I don't get people sometimes. I don't get still being in that mindset. Like I understand what it is. Some people never really emotionally grow up. My generation in particular never really lets go of nostalgia and comfort viewing. But they're also like, what was it Yahtzee said? Right. Yahtzee said this about like the Sonic franchise. Its main problem is that, you know, fans of Sonic Adventure are like pushing 30 and demanding that their Sonic games have a maturer tone so they can play them and not feel like pedophiles for doing so. And in another video, it's like, you know, its problem is it keeps trying to cling to established fans as they've grown up and started demanding more mature entertainment, rather than telling them to piss off out of little Timmy's playpen and go watch documentaries with the rest of the adults. Teach more that it's okay to leave stuff from your childhood behind because clinging onto it makes it more difficult to accept new things in your life. I don't think you necessarily need to leave things from your childhood behind. You just need to, like, stop trying to fit the round peg in a square hole. You should be excited to show this stuff to a new generation of kids, you know? Not bitter that their presence is holding back what you think is a franchise's potential. You go back to your childhood things for fun and not be embarrassed that you're doing so. Fun is fun. Yeah, exactly. Fun is fun. Like I said, it's a very adolescent mindset. People hit their teenage years, you know, they don't want to watch, they don't want to see kid stuff anymore. They want to be, you know, they want to, you know, when you're a teenager, you can't wait to be an adult. That's why, like, when I was a kid, every 11-year-old boy was playing Grand Theft Auto. Like, that was the appeal of Grand Theft Auto. You know, it's an edgy show about doing about doing crime for 11-year-olds, and those were the only people who liked it. But now we're at a point where, like, Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5 are like, some people act like, oh, these are the greatest video games ever made. No, they are not. There is no universe where a Grand Theft Auto game gets to be on a list of, like, best games ever made. They're any good, but the rest of the industry copying it verbatim for decades kills anything special they could possibly offer. I mean, there aren't really that many sandbox crime games, honestly. Like I said, I just don't get it. Think of Saints Row as an alternative, and that's dead now, unfortunately. Yeah, but I mean, you know, like, Saints Row was probably, like, the wackier. Like, the whole thing about Saints Row is that it just kind of went really fucking wacky and really comical. It kind of embraced the sandbox crime nature. GTA 4 and 5 kept trying to tell a serious fucking story. And then Saints Row was just like, hey, this is a game where the player at any point can just go on a shooting rampage. So let's just make the main character a nut job. To be like peak TV is so hilarious and apt to me. Oh, yeah. I think Rockstar got it into their head that they're like a big-time serious dev. I mean, look at all the fucking money and time they spent on Red Dead Redemption 2. Fuck's sake. That thing is over-designed like crazy. So fucking absurd. It's like it's like after Manhunt and Bully, they decided, okay, we're gonna pivot from, you know, shameless edge for kids to, you know, to, trying to make serious fucking drama. Remotely close to good enough to justify the $100 price tag. Oh, yeah, no way. No Grand Theft Auto game is worth $100. Simply by virtue of being Grand Theft Auto. No game is worth $100. I don't know. If Kingdom Hearts 4 announced a $100 price tag, I might buy that. I might pay that. They're selling them for how much? I don't know if it's even worth 60. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto's not even worth 60. Grand Theft Auto is worth $25 at the most. I might even pay that for KH4 if it also came with collectibles, especially. Most fun I ever had playing GTA was just following one car nonstop. Eventually got to the point that car was doing everything it could to lose me because it wanted to despawn. That's hysterical. Only those polygons. That car begged for the sweet release of death, and I refused it. That's funny. Play GTA, but never for the story. Just driving and shooting to parody music. At least I get them on sale. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where this, like I said, I don't know where this idea that GTA is a serious work of art came from. Sure as fuck wasn't from its merits as a game. And now you got people treating GTA 6 like it's Half-Life 3. Such weird behavior. Hi, hidden mist enforcer. Original Half-Life may have been a revolution at time, but a lot of people have done better since then. It's just okay now. Yeah, like I don't get it, honestly. Previous two posts weren't showing up. Well, I don't have Twitch site open, so I can't. Well, fun stream. Good night. See you, Hayden. That's the thing about benchmarks. They were important and revolutionary, but time doesn't stand still and things get better. They don't stay the gold standard forever. Yeah. It's just dev worship for Gabe Newell. Yeah, I suppose it would just be dev worship for Gabe Newell, wouldn't it? The only person allowed to get away with being a digital landlord. Anyway, I'm gonna take off. I got stuff to do that I can't do when I'm streaming. I'll see you all next time.